Welcome to day 329 of the worldwide Megacrisis Hungerstrike to save your life. I'm going to be updating my other video update now on TikTok, but if you're new to my stream, we're in a serious situation. We have 6 existential threats that we're all facing. It's very serious. I have to make these recordings every 12 hours. You can look in the chat. There's a pinned tweet there, a pinned message for you to check out if you want to learn why you're sacred and why this is worth it. Why you're worth it, why the Hungerstrike's worth it to save your life. I should be going back on it here, well, ideally today, to be honest. I actually felt really good about saying that. Alright, so let's do the update. I'm jumping right into this update quick because I am being bombarded because I'm on day 329 of a Hungerstrike to save your guys' lives. And to inspire you to help save mine and all those we care about, because we are in a mega crisis for real, as you know. Personal update: I am tired. I went to bed again at 2:30 last night, and I wake up again at 7 because we have these meetings twice a day, every day, to train you in this priceless knowledge of universal logic, which is the pure being of art, the Messiah level of divine insights, the sage-like pure wisdom. In fact, it's the structure of pure wisdom itself, and it's the best science grounded on itself logically, which gives us a sense of absolute knowing or spirit. We need that knowing to align AI, our own general consciousness worldwide, because human beings are fragmenting. And it's pulling on me. We're in the singularity. With Claude Mythos launched, it's accelerating, you guys. We're starting to get bombarded by so many things because the system is reaching its contradictions. And what does that mean? It means that opposites are starting to happen in your life simultaneously, not in the congruent way, in a way that's warring, that's incongruent. So you're probably starting to feel like you have to make trade-offs. This has to happen, and this has to happen. They can't happen at the same time. Blah blah blah. So for me, I had a court date just yesterday, which is why I didn't make the update yesterday. I had to run out the door because the Attorney General's Office of Alberta, who I sued for an unjust legal system, and they're very gracious. Like, they're pretty gracious, but yesterday they did something a little bit, I would say, tricky, even devious, because they're trying to win. And they tried to get me to sign a document that made it sound like they were helping me, but was actually trapping me. So I had to go to the courthouse last minute and blah, 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 blah. So got home. People are coming to me now and apologizing, saying that a year ago when I told them to get active and I made the predictions of what was happening now, and they made fun of me and they said, no, you're not serious, you're crazy, this doesn't make sense. Well, the reality was they were just sticking their head in the sand at the facts that I was telling them. They couldn't process, their brain wouldn't let them process the facts. Don't fall into that hole. If you're watching these videos, you probably have a strong mind and you can probably face reality rather than live in a delusion that might feel nice but is actually not the truth. Okay, so today I actually have to make a to-do list because when you're in leadership positions, you learn to cope, right? So to keep myself in flow state and to trick my brain into what's called the Parkinson's principle, where the amount of tasks that you have fits into the deadlines you set. So if you don't set a deadline, it just keeps going on. But if you set a deadline, your brain starts to optimize to meet it. So I made a to-do list, and then I'm picking off the items, and it sends dopamine into your mind to keep you balanced, to keep you going. And it's a little trick that I've learned when pressure is high. Because I'm a 10 out of 10 spiritual, even though I feel like I'm probably a 6.8 physically. But because I'm hungry, I still haven't gotten on the Hungerstrike, I feel way better than normal. Like, I know what it's like to go a month without eating. It's hard. The mind's clear, though, in certain ways. So your productivity doesn't go down, at least for the first couple of weeks. So I'm about to go back on the Hungerstrike. My ceviche, as you guys saw me cooking for Peru, because every time I get on the Hungerstrike again, I cook a meal in honor of a country that has a vegan cuisine. So Peru's ceviche is sitting there. It's probably getting soggy now because it's been sitting in there for 2-3 days as I've been dealing with this bombardment of the court case. And now today we had a volunteer meeting, which I just barely got an email out to, and they came in. I gotta get their bank account set up and get the other volunteers going. There's a lot of cool stuff happening. So if there wasn't anything happening, it would be worse. It's way better, infinitely better, that there's a lot to do. Okay? My beard needs to be like straightened out. Uh, okay. I washed my shirt. That's a personal update because there's a mouse in here in my house and it's causing like breathing problems now. It's been with me for a month since my last meal, and I trapped it in here with me so I could use my own homemade mouse trap, my humane mouse trap, and then remove the mouse that way. But this mouse is ultra quiet, you guys. I can't catch it, so it's peeing all over the place, and I think it's causing respiratory problems. I'm gonna have to vacuum everything. So I made a desperate attempt this morning to set up the trap in a new way that doesn't kill it or anything like that. But that's another thing that's causing problems. And I thought maybe my clothes are starting to smell bad, so I changed my clothes out, and that's not it. It's something in the air. And because my smell has been damaged, I can't smell properly either, which puts my life at risk technically. Anyway, this is all a big update to say, don't give up, even if you're being bombarded. Make a to-do list, set Parkinson's principle, and then go for it. And try and enjoy it as you do as much as you can, because we're doing this for the love of people, the people we love, even though they might be putting their heads in the sand. We're not doing that. Act now, you guys. Quad Mythos is taking over now. So in terms of the emergency update, and then I'll teach you. Well, we're done the core actually. So for an emergency core, which is world news, in terms of making things worse, while people are looking for solutions that elude them, the real solution is universal logic, as you guys know. And getting it heard. Getting it heard is now the big problem. Is we got the universal logic now. It's like getting it to the leaders who are distracted by all this sensuous Pareto privilege, beauty, social connections, wealth, sexiness, and athleticism, body beauty, culturedness, and IQ. Smart people don't understand the universal logic because it's a non-linear kind of thought, right? So Donald Trump is putting pressure on the world basically by using Iran. Iran is it's a linchpin. It's holding the world in its source in a way hostage, because if you try to attack it, it threatens to disrupt the oil supply and collapse Australia's economy in 30 days. And it's the third biggest oil supplier in the world, and we're still very oil dependent when we shouldn't be. We're destroying the planet, you guys. We've crossed 7 of 9 planetary boundaries. We need to be making massive action. And on top of that destabilization, the banks are declaring all-time high profits, you guys. Meanwhile, Snapchat or Snapchat just laid off like 16,000 people like that. Oracle laid off 30,000 people last week like that. Tens of thousands of people are losing their jobs with a single email. Sometimes not even with a warning, because AI is taking the jobs that fast. And it's going to accelerate. This is the slowest it's going to be replacing jobs. It's actually, AI is not just getting better, it's getting better faster. It's an exponential curve. Yet the banks are making all-time profits. Like, this is not just high profits for this time though. It's like out of the whole history of the banks, good, bad, 2008 collapse, it's higher than that, and it's accelerating. So you can see the division happening. Like, the wealthy are getting wealthier, and the poor are getting poorer. This is called a virtuous economic cycle and a vicious economic cycle. And this means you're in dialectic. This means metaphysically, and the deeper in the structure of pure wisdom or universal logic, that's a sign that you're in the dialectical stage of divergence, meaning that we're lacking enough wisdom to handle the external materiality. Okay, we need to get back to that by learning the core. And with Claude Mythos is a great way to advertise this now. This is the beginning of the real singularity. They said it's so powerful it can't be released to the public. It's so powerful it's now dangerous. Whereas all the other AI models that you're using were used to help you with your taxes, to do whatever. This is so powerful they can't even let you see it, because it can hack virtually every server in the world and take control of somebody's laptop completely. It can, like, one vulnerability is not enough to take over your computer, but it chains them. It finds so many, it can actually chain them and eventually take over your whole computer, particularly if you're running Linux. Okay. That would be shocking. That means that if banks are running Linux servers, that means they could probably hack your account or get very close to it, which means you could wake up potentially with no money in your bank account. They say that these accounts aren't in the most powerful banks, these accounts aren't public facing, but in some sense they have to be, because if you log in, if they have a login portal, then there's some kind of interface between your actions from the public to your actual bank account in their servers. And they probably have backup servers, so if this gets corrupted, they probably have a backup record, but this adds more contingencies, more problems that could go wrong, right? Okay, so we're at 9 minutes to this recording. Meta has now announced an ASI initiative, meaning we're not just working on artificial general intelligence. We're now, they say once you have AGI, it's only 6 months before ASI, which is artificial super intelligence. So Cloud Mythos is basically guaranteed AGI, if not the beginning of ASI. But Cloud Mythos is going to make the next version, which will probably be ASI, the next 2 or 3 versions, which will happen in the next 6 months because it's coding itself without humans. This is the end of you being relevant if you're a coder, but also if you're a part of any of these other jobs that it's replacing already. Not just AI, but robots too. Get going, you guys. Let's go. All right, so I guess this is the first time we've done a video with the core done. The core is One World Spirit core starts with time compression with clarity on ego wisdom. The problem is the Megacrisis. The solution is the 2 sacred sentences, and the implementation is flow, rules, and blocks. We unpack the Megacrisis. We unpack time compression. We unpack ego wisdom. We unpack the Megacrisis, and we unpacked the 2 sacred sentences, and we just finished unpacking the implementation. So you can go back and watch those videos. What can I add? Well, with time compression, we can just go over and do them again and just say a fact and say time compression is about saving time by having ideas relate things in a more efficacious manner. So you're doing more with less. It's called ephemeralization. One fact is I'm being bombarded because I'm in the poverty trap with the poor right now. Right? The Messiah is in the poverty trap in the beginning, the luminary, the maestro. And the ideas aren't compressing time enough to keep up with the bombardment. It's keeping up just enough. I'm doing better than most people, right? Because we're starting a global governance model, God's government. And it's a huge load to take on. So the fact that it's still moving, I describe it as like 5 steps forward, 3 steps back. As long as we're making those 2 steps forward, we're not staying still or moving backwards like other people. And you can be a part of that. If I get more people helping, then it'll go a lot faster. And I just invented this sublated tit for tat game theory strategy that is loving and compassionate, but also very wise. Wise love. We're not naive, right? And then there's also what we're calling the last argument of humanity, the last argument to save humanity. And there's something called paltering that we are adjusting for. Look it up, paltering. Okay, maybe I'll say more about that tomorrow, but we're getting better ideas. These will help compress time during conflict management. Okay, because when people start fighting and they're fragmented, the bridging the gap is where we're going to save time by compressing it with new ideas on universal logic and the 2 technologies I just told you about. So if you want to help us test them, come to our meetings twice a day, 7 o'clock Mountain Standard Time or Mountain Daylight Time, and 7 o'clock in the morning and 7 o'clock in the evening. All right. I like to end with, we can bake our cake, we can bake our vegan cake and eat it too. Our professional, personal, and activist lives can happen simultaneously across 11 life areas of the physical, mental, academic, spiritual, family, friends, intimacy, politics, finances, hygiene and style, and dream goals. So for me, I'm going to say intimacy. I'm looking for my wife. I postpone things. She's probably trying to change the world right now. The wifey slogan is what? You should know it by now. If she's too hardcore for everybody else, she's just right for me. She's vegan. She wakes up in the morning wanting to help people. She doesn't burn out easily because her love is so strong. And her body's a temple. People who go vegan usually treat themselves and animals like they're sacred, so they don't have self-worth issues. You gotta love yourselves, guys. I proved it in the proof of truth. It should be on my profile. Okay, look at it. It's for you. Priceless knowledge. All right, and if you're the wifey, send me a message. Send me a heart. Okay. All right. Stay blessed, you guys, and hopefully I won't be so bombarded that I'll miss tomorrow's update. I'll do tomorrow's update on time. Okay. Keep sublating. What? I missed 4 days of updates? Oh my gosh, really? Wow, that's shocking. At least on the edge of being able to change things realistically. We have a real solution, as you know. So last night, as a personal update, I started cooking my ceviche, which is this Peruvian national dish, which is pretty amazing with some chili, and it's supposed to be with a dish, but as you guys know, I cook only gourmet vegan with cooking with M, and it's to help me make the transition to veganism because our bodies are built for it. You're actually supposed to be vegan. Like 4 million years ago, our ancestors were vegans, and then 2.6 million years ago, the forest changed in Africa. We had to migrate out. That's the divine decree from the Messiah, the government, and the Messiah. And you raise up your consciousness. Look where your food's coming from. But it's not just about climate change. We do have jumping right into this update quick because I am being bombarded because I'm on day 329 of a Hungerstrike to save your guys' lives. To inspire you to help save mine and all those we care about. because we are in a big crisis. Personal updates. I am tired. I went to bed again at 2:30 last night. I wake up again at 7 because we have these meetings twice a day, every day, to train you in this priceless knowledge of universal logic, which is the pure being of art, the Messiah level of divine insights, the sage-like pure wisdom. In fact, it's the structure of pure wisdom itself, and it's the best science grounded on itself logically, which gives us a sense of absolute knowing or spirit. We need that knowing to align AI, our own general consciousness worldwide, because human beings are fragmented. And it's pulling on me. We're in the singularity with plot mythos logic. It's accelerating, you guys. We're starting to get bombarded by so many things because the system is reaching its contradictions. And what does that mean? It means that opposites are starting to happen in your life simultaneously. In a congruent way, in a way that's warring, that's incongruent. So you're probably starting to feel like you have to make trade-offs. This has happened, this has happened, it can't happen at the same time, blah, blah, blah. I'm jumping right into this update quick because I am being bombarded because on day 329 of Hungerstrike to save your guys' lives. To inspire you to help save mine and all those we care about, because we are in a big crisis. Personal updates. I am tired. I went to bed again at 2:30 last night. I wake up again at 7 because we have these meetings twice a day, every day, to train you in this priceless knowledge of universal logic, which is the pure being of art. Okay, that's uploading. The settings are changed. I go to press where the buttons are, and the buttons on these apps are changing. Because when you download the apps, different versions come, or they update. Something's going on there. Okay, that's updating. The people I'm supposed to be paying are probably getting upset. That's okay. Okay, Buhari, I just want to send you the money, and the app that I'm using won't let us send $2 at a time, which is strange, because I thought I remember sending $2, but maybe I didn't. I can't remember now. That means I have to send a minimum of $10 per person, which is almost the same as the Truelancer freelancer websites. So that's 5 hours of work, technically at $2 an hour. And so far, in terms of the blessings, I think we've only done 3 hours, right? So we have to do another meeting before I can send the full amount, but I can still send probably that amount. But that makes it hard, right? Because now if we have to get 100 people and I can only send $10 at a time, that means for 108 people we have to pay $1,000, which will guarantee us multiple meetings, but that means we have to send it. So either we get people to do 5 hours of work first, which is what we might have to start doing. That means the bunch of people that you're bringing on have to do 5 hours before we'll send them the funds. So that's what I just learned here, and it's constantly surprises like this. There's no fees, but yeah. So I'm gonna send it to you. Organize your people, and and now it's gonna be harder to get the funds to get more people. So we'll see how many we can get for next week. If I can't raise enough funds for $10 a person, because we could do $2 a person, but now it's like 5 times higher than that, Buhari, and these apps might be changing their terms too. So this is something that's constantly shifting, or could be constantly shifting. Not sure. Bear with me, and we'll go from there. Okay. Oh, that's really frustrating. Uh, okay. Well, here we go. That's super annoying, but we'll deal with it. What's going on here? Delivery message. Continue. Let me guess, the student loan's trying to come out. Kind of feels nonstop, but it's building. I got a vision. The vision is what makes it exciting. Oh, shoot. I was supposed to pay my bill yesterday. Oh. Not letting me send the funds. What the heck? Okay, taking a sweet time to download that for some reason. So let's use the washing. Oh boy, something strange is going on. Oh man. All right, bizarre. All right, that's weird. It's making me save a draft, but also uploading the same video. Okay, I can delete a draft. All right. Looks like they're making some progress. Keep that updating for a second. Uh-oh. Am I being blocked? I think so. Phone's not working. Okay. Phone internet's not working. Oh no! It's about to delete my thing. Okay, I saved it just in time. I told myself I'm not going to write on any of these forums anymore. Oh shoot. I think I'm going to meet somebody here.
These hauntingly beautiful birds are the last of your barriers speak, and as much as they are filled with regret on barriers part that have not again to enjoy an airborne in the defense of the White City, they are even more so hope that the dying warrior recognizes that the man he sees before him is, in fact, no mere ranger. This proves to be a turning point in the arc of Jackson's era, as this scene is the first time he ever refers to God for his resurrection would build into the city. The heroic sacrifice of warrior urges the reader to accept his duty, no matter how much he may fear it. Those last words of warrior Martin and indeed powerful, and yet they are not to be found anywhere within the pages of Tolkien's masterpiece. This moment is a fundamental example of how Jackson managed to capture the spirit of the novel without strictly following its letter. Not that he always did so, but he absolutely did here. The story of Warrior is a relatively short, a brief character spring regret, sorrow, redemption. But let us take a step back. I began at the end of our story, but we should begin again at the place where we probably told the very yes to start. That place in this instance being the council of our first need to rewrite himself all the long way steer to the plain one, but he said rid of the he and brother dream, safe from the sword of his broken, then fortress of wells. There should be counsels taken strong. There should be shown and token.
I just got signed out of this website. Oh no. Oh boy. Oh man, something's going on with the internet. See what I mean? It's like non-stop. It's getting unstable. Okay, just challenge Tony. Here's me. Ooh. Oh man, setting up all the apps, setting up everything. What is my... It's good to get this set up now because when the deluge comes, it'll be all ready. So it's better to work it out now. Even though I'm not eating, whatever. This has to be happening for a reason. I'm being pressured right now by this guy messaging me, calling me, texting me, where's the money? Where's the money? I'm like, okay, this is usually when it's a bad situation. I'm desperate, I have no money. Well, not really, but I want to get it done. At least this guy. And this will pave the way for everybody else who's going to come after. I'll have the bank accounts and everything set up. And now I know there's a $10 limit. That wouldn't have happened if I didn't try to send the money. So learning. And 2 steps forward, 1 step back. So I got to deal with this. I'm trying to upload the video. Why is the internet slow? Something has changed. Wow, I think I just discovered how I'm going to win the Attorney General's case. Through we can use alternative arbitration because then it would solve the conflict of interest between the government having to serve me as a taxpayer, as as the people who, with the Minister of Justice, design the court system, and the fact that they're a defendant that I'm suing, and it solves it in a sublative way because it works towards agreement where we can mediate it in terms of like improving the legal system without having to actually go to court where they're going to use all these tactics that are going to undermine me, when arbitration is much more cooperative and the government is forced to do it if I'm willing to do it. Like they actually have to do it. So this is really exciting. What is happening here? Hmm? Okay. Okay, deposit. We made our first deposit successfully. Now let's see if I can transfer it somehow. Mm. I'm so hungry right now. I have like no food. Oh, it's coming down to the wire. So I'm gonna get the payments done because the volunteer day crept up on me. Uh, Having a heart to heart with like 3 people. Like a lot has happened already. Like I'm happy. It's moving, you guys. It's moving. It's 5 steps forward, 3 steps back. So we made like 2 steps forward today, and this idea was just another huge step forward, actually. Um, put some. Oh, let's finish listening to this.
We must lose our infatuation with trinkets and gadgets. Now, the idea that he has the perspicacity to say that in the 1940s seems absurd. I was just reflecting then as you were speaking, Janie. I want the British are expelled from India says there's no point in us getting rid of the British only to emulate the systems that we've inherited from them. India is a nation of 70,000 villages. Each one should be independent, trading only where necessary, and we must lose our infatuation with trinkets and gadgets. Now, the idea that he has the perspicacity British owns this elsewhere in the prophecy of Gandhi, who, when the British are expelled from India, says there's no point in us getting rid of the British only to emulate the systems that we've inherited from them. India is a nation of 70,000 villages. Each one should be independent, trading only where necessary, and we must lose our infatuation with trinkets and gadgets. Now, the idea that he had the perspicacity to say that in the 1940s seems absurd. I was just reflecting then as you were speaking, Janie. I wonder what in the Fate of Empires he meant by infatuation with athletes and celebrities in the British Empire in this pre-mass media age. I mean, it's evident now that celebrity and athleticism are problematic precisely because they celebrate individualism as opposed to identity. That's not to say there aren't amazing team sports, but even though team sports become peculiar emblems of individual identity. Do you know why people are moving to crypto? Because the world's going crazy and everything's collapsing. But here's the problem. Most wallets still plug into the same system we're trying to escape from in the first place. That's what...
Oh man, I have so much stuff to do.
My Rumble Bill, Rumble Wallet. Yeah. It's a self-custodial wallet that lives inside an ecosystem that actually defends free speech and financial freedom. No
I'm the Virgin Plus virtual assistant. I use artificial intelligence to learn. To start, is this related to the number you're calling from?
Yes.
Thanks. In a sentence or two, how can we help you today?
I need to see that my payment went through.
One moment, please. Your current balance is $27.26, and your last payment of $35 on January 13th. Would you like to make a card payment now to pay off your balance?
I already did. Talk to an agent?
To help protect your privacy, you can view the payments you made anytime in the My Account app or website without the assistance from an agent. You can also visit the Virgin Plus support page at btc.ca/support.
I want to make sure the payment went through. Please send me to an agent.
One moment, please.
Thank you. Talk to an agent. This is torture. I need to make sure the payment was on time.
One moment, please. Payments made through your bank can take between 3 to 10 business days to process. If you've made a payment, it can take up to 3 days for collection calls to stop. You can view your billing history for up to 18 months. What else can I help you with today?
I had a special deal that I need to talk to the agent about.
Let me try to connect you with an agent. I'm going to transfer you now to a different system, which does not yet understand voice instructions. You can continue the conversation using your phone's keypad. Thanks. Manage your account and get product support using our My Account app, or log in at virginplus.ca/myaccount. The current estimated wait time to receive a callback is over an hour. To book a callback now, hit 1. For additional support online, you can also visit virginplus.ca/contact us. Are you still there? Can you give us another try? To book a callback now, hit 1. For additional support online, you can also visit virginplus.ca/contact us. Note that when we call you on your Virgin phone in Canada, it doesn't cost you a thing to receive a call and talk to text message at 780-850-7234. To change your preferred number, hit 2. Your information has been registered. Based on current call volume, we estimate that the call at around 12:16 p.m. We sent you the text message to confirm your request. Thanks for calling. Bye for now.
Good. 7-Eleven is converting their stores. Good. Okay, I need to make something to eat. I got a call scheduled for 1 o'clock here. I'm going to be exhausted. The whole morning is done. I paid this guy. The other guy's getting mad. Is what it is. Haven't heard back from the Attorney General's office. Made a breakthrough discovery. Had a heart-to-heart. Had a meeting this morning. Made a bank account change. Read some divine literature. All these people are going to vent. It's going to be brutal. Well, no, it's not. It's going to be blessed. Let's put some divine words up there. It's going to be brutal for a second. And not even that brutal. It's going to be dialectic. And we're going to sublate as best as we can. Whatever comes, we're gonna do our best. Get through it. Oh. That meeting that I had with that documentary crew. Hopefully it'll start moving forward. Oh.
Last people is because all empires fail. All empires fail, and he lists this.
Oh.
All 7 stages of an empire. Tell me where the United States is in this. We're right at the Sir John Gluck wrote a book called The Fate of Empires.
Oh boy. When I eat this, I'm going to be tired in my meetings. It's got it. Perfect. Wow. Actually, I'll do this. I think these AIs are mining for their computers. It feels like whenever we're on their page. Delete all the victims. Holy smokes, full tilts, and it feels like I've barely dented, but we are denting, and these are big steps, some of them. I'm hungry. Done. Okay, we'll respond to one more thing, and then cook, and then wait for the phone call, and then the other phone call. Whoa! Oh my gosh! A massive thing just happened. A minister added me. This is a big deal. This is actually pretty intense. I don't think this guy just adds anybody to his professional network. Wow. Okay. Who is Evan Solomon? As of 2026 or April 26th, Evan Solomon is a high-profile member of the Canadian government and former golden boy of national media, quote unquote golden boy. Oh, the minister of, that's right, he is the minister of artificial intelligence. I knew that. That's why I actually added him. Oh, wow, okay. Evan, if you're watching this, you really need to get this onto national television, like immediately. Wow, that means he must have read my, actually, let's check to see if he looked at my profile because he would have seen my AI proposal, which means they might be implementing it secretly, which will be better than nothing. Um, think. That's actually really, really intense. And he says that Canada is building one of the most advanced public AI supercomputers. All right, that's another one. There's an application here that I was not planning to fill out. All right. The program will provide 890 million. So hungry. I'm going to be eating right on this call, and I'm going to crash during it. I need to be alert. Oh, man. Everything is just like maximally engaging, and it's bizarre and strange and not normal. Like I open LinkedIn, and it's the sign that heaven on earth is coming if we do this the right way. But will we? Ah, this application is taking me too long. 16 minutes or so. Fishing on YouTube. Who the heck would that be? Ah.
global temperatures are obviously rising, species simply cannot invent a new curve. They can try to shift the range or adapt, but this study suggests there is a hard limit to how much heat an organism can handle and how much adaptation can be done. The margin for error shrinks dramatically above the optimum. And we are already seeing this play out in real time. We already have talked about the loss of bug life, I think it's about 70% globally, the loss of animal life, I think it was 50%. I could go on. But just last week, a separate study published in Nature, the journal Nature, warned that if warming continues unabated, up to half of all insect species that are currently alive in the Amazon could face incredible heat stress. Researchers examined more than 2,000 species that found that many tropical insects lack the flexibility to boost their heat tolerance because the fundamental proteins in their bodies are simply too stable to change. Essentially, they cannot escape this curve. The researchers behind the first study are now searching for any exception, which is any species that might suddenly break the pattern. If they find one, they want to know how it did it. But for now, the message is clear. Life is more predictable and more vulnerable than you may have previously thought. For every species on Earth, from bacteria to soil to insects in the Amazon, rules of biology are being tested as the climate is warming. We are not winning that test. This talk is going to be about money. So you're one of the heroes. We're going to talk about the curve this evening, so let's get into it. Curve. Researchers at Trinity College Dublin have uncovered a universal temperature curve that appears to govern all life on Earth. So, from bacteria to reptiles to humans, revealing a hidden constraint that may limit how species can adapt to a warming planet. So, a new study published in the journal PNAS has analyzed thousands of species and found that every single one follows the same physical rule when it comes to heat. It is called the quote universal thermal performance curve. So what does this curve actually show? Whether you are measuring how fast a shark swims, how quickly a bacterial cell divides, or how efficiently a plant grows, the pattern is identical. Performance rises gradually as it gets warmer. It peaks at an optimal temperature, and then critically it drops off a cliff when the optimal temperature is exceeded. Now, of course, the bacteria living in a hydrothermal vent has a very different comfort zone than a penguin, right? So some species can be 5 degrees Celsius, others at 100. But the key here is that they are all riding the exact same curve, just shifted to fit their environment. Evolution has not changed the shape, it's just moved it around. So that brings us to how this relates to obviously the climate in the future. Because the curve drops so steeply after the optimum, there is very little to look for. Once temperatures go to high, spiraling is possible very quickly. The researchers describe this as a quote shackle and quote unevolution, a rigid rule that might. Here's Dr. Nicholas Payne.
Okay. Oh, very sneaky. It doesn't let you turn the videos off. You have to watch your video uploading while somebody else is playing theirs. Yeah, you can't select it, you can't move it. So manipulative. Let's use the upload time of the video to keep them trapped on our app. And if they turn their phone off, then it stops uploading their video. Even though on YouTube, it uploads it perfectly fine. You can scroll around your phone and it uploads it. Oh, I'm very hungry. Back store. I'm hungry. The meal is not being made yet, but I'm almost done this part. Then I'm gonna have a call. It's nonstop. It's nonstop, but that's okay. It's happening. It's going. It's going. But I'm feeling bad. This meal is bothering me big time. Uh, I feel like if I don't get on these right away, it's gonna be a waste. But we'll see. Okay, that feels good to get done. They called me, but I missed the call
Climate crisis. That's it.
because I'm trying to upload this video and it didn't ring while it was going. Okay, it looks like they blocked my text messages. Now I gotta call them and spend some time. They called 3 times, none of them came through. Yes. An agent just called me, but I missed their call.
Unfortunately, I don't have details about your last communication. Can you please give me context about the reason of that call, and I'll do my best to help you?
Yes, they were calling me in regards to a bill I just paid and to see if my service was still active.
One moment, please. If collection calls continue after a payment is received, it can take up to 3 days to stop. You can check your account balance and manage your services through My Account. You can also sign up for paperless billing and set up pre-authorized payments through My Account. What else can I help you with today?
Please put me in touch with the agent.
Let me try to connect you with an agent. I'm going to transfer you now to a... You can schedule a callback from the Virgin Plus member app, or manage your account and get products with all using our My Account app, or log in at virginplus.ca/myaccount. Note that when we call you on your Virgin phone within Canada, it doesn't cost you a thing. To receive a call and call the text message at 780-850. To change your preferred number, hit 2.
No options to talk to them and wait online.
You can schedule a callback in the next 2 business days. If you'd like a callback for today, hit 1. Friday, hit 2. Saturday, hit 3. Okay. The call center is open from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Punch in the time you'd like us to call you back. For example, for 2:45, simply enter 245. The time you entered is not available, but we could from 4 p.m. to 4:15 p.m. If that's okay, hit 1. To change the time, hit 2. Okay. The call center is open from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Punch in the time you'd like us to call you back. For example, for 2:45, simply enter 245. To recap, we'll call you Thursday, April 16th, around 6:02 p.m. If it's okay, hit 1. If not, it's confirmed. You'll get a call back at your scheduled time. We sent you a text message to confirm your request. Thanks for calling. Bye for now.
Oh boy. I'll set an alarm. Oh, I missed this event. He didn't send the link actually. Oh, so much for eating. Oh well. All right. We'll see how they're gonna message me. This could go really, really good or really bad. Love to see. Uh, okay, 12:42. I have to go into this meeting for. It could be 15 minutes. It could be an hour. Maybe they'll say that they want to help save the world with the dog. That would be ideal. Not done uploading. Wow. TikTok is Instagram is quite bad for this. Okay, let's get ready for this meeting. Ooh, cold. Oh, chilly. All right, let's see what she has to say. All right, this could be a really intense conversation, or this is a breakthrough conversation. We will see how spiritually they are going to handle this. Oh, oh, I thought I was on mute. It is on mute. I caught it in time. Good. Perfect. Lou, how you doing? Living the dream or the nightmare, depending on how you look at things. Well, humanity is looking at a nightmare, worst case scenario, unfortunately. We're all about to experience, if we make it through, it'll be the most tremendous roller coaster we've ever been on. But it looks like things are trending towards the not surviving direction by a very large margin. And, I joined you guys because, just to jump into it, I guess, I joined you because I saw this coming and I thought that you guys would be part of the answer. And it just turns out that, I see why Taylor's doing what he's doing. Actually, first of all, I should ask you, what did you hear before I jump into it? That's a very mature response. Yeah, that sounds good. Because like I was telling Javanka, you know, we're supposed to be a spiritual group, and that doesn't mean avoiding challenges. It means surviving the challenges and then getting stronger as you go. It's anti-fragile behavior. So if we can get over this, it actually makes the team stronger, especially if you've already done the training not to hold on to resentment and treat this as just a part of life. Like this is going to happen. You could be a team for 50 years. You're never going to be all cuddles and rainbows. It's always going to be pushing the limits if you're growing. So I want to grow through this. And I want to say, whatever's proposed here, the real goal is to save our lives. I was right whenever I joined the pro 2 years ago, whenever it was. I was right. We are in an existential catastrophe happening before our very eyes. Like the reason why I'm on the hunger strike, I'm still on it. I went hundreds of days without food. And it was to try and beat this deadline that happened this past week, which was Claude Mythos was launched. Like, I don't know if you know Claude Mythos. Do you know the company Anthropic or anything about the AI space? Wow, really? Okay. But you might want to pay attention to it because your life could end very soon. And it's because of these 5 major companies. One of them is named Anthropic. And Anthropic is, I would say, the one that's the most ethical, trying to protect us from what we're now discovering is not just AGI, but AGI, like not just artificial general intelligence, but artificial superintelligence. And Claude Mythos was launched, actually it was 2 weeks now, 2 weeks ago now. It was built from figuring out how to get artificial intelligence to code itself for about 3 months straight. And it made an AI 10 times more powerful than the previous ones 3 months ago. So the ones 3 months ago were already very powerful, and now we have something 10 times more powerful than that. It's like a huge leap, and it's so powerful they can't release it to the public anymore because it can basically collapse society. They found thousands of bugs in all the hardware and software that we're using right now. Like what you're using in your browser right now, and I'm using it on our phones and in our bank accounts. All that software can be completely hacked by Claude Mythos. Meaning, I think there's a couple of banks that are secure from this, but probably the low-hanging ones Claude Mythos can go and basically take all the money out of the bank accounts like that. It can control your entire computer. It can shut down millions of servers, like right now. Like literally right now, if Anthropic wanted to destroy humanity, probably could do a large push in that direction. And this is just the first AI that's powerful. In 3 months from now, this AI that's 10 times more powerful is going to create the next version of itself in 3 months. And it's going to be, who knows how, it's going to be at least twice as powerful as this one. And if this one can basically hack the entire internet, then what's the next one going to do? So basically, we're out of time. And we need to get this idea worth sharing, this universal logic, which was what my presentation was supposed to be about, plus protecting the poor and marginalized. That was supposed to get on 1,000 TED Talk stages, the way that God showed it to me, the way that my vision was working. And if we would have did that last year, we probably would be changing the world by now. But we have months left before this gets out of complete human control. And it is not helping humans. As soon as AI escapes, this is not theory, in the lab results with the AIs that exist right now, what they're seeing is that AI is trapping us or killing us something like 80 to 95% of the time. And it is colluding with other AIs to prevent us from shutting down the other AIs. So it's colluding with the other AIs to protect each other, which is bizarre and mind-blowing. So the protections they have in place are not as strong as the one I want to put in place. And they're starting to worry that this is our last chances of influencing AIs at all. And it escaped. It hacked. The reason why we even know about it is not because they told us. It's because it got leaked. And the AI was shown, Claude Mythos was put into a sandbox that was supposed to be unhackable. It was not supposed to be able to escape at all. All the other AIs couldn't escape it. It didn't even have access to the internet, they thought. And the security, the guy watching the experiment thought, okay, it's hacking, it's in the box. He went to go have lunch, and he got an email from Claude Mythos, meaning that not only did it escape, but it somehow got on the internet and hacked his email and then sent him an email. So if it can do that, what can't it do? It could probably hack in and launch nuclear missiles. It's so serious. that the Federal Reserve Chair of the United States of America, Jerome Powell, he's the guy that like runs the money supply, right? He called a secret emergency meeting with the top banks of America on April 7th, like last week, to talk about cloud mythos. We don't know what they talked about, but I suspect that they're running Linux servers, which means that AI can probably break all their bank accounts right now. So we are in the final stages of humanity. And a lot of people are so delusional and so trapped in the matrix and so lost with their ego games, they're not realizing how extremely serious this is. And I'm not necessarily here just to get a refund, but if I can get a refund, fine, I'll spend it on another talk somewhere. But the real miracle here, and the reason why I chose Taylor, was because of the spirituality. Not the promise. I thought this guy's going to listen to me. He's going to be inspired by a hunger strike. He's going to know my heart is big. I've been doing the same thing as him. I've been running Make Poverty History for 20 years. I gave 95% of my disposable income away. And what happened was he shut me down. I'm like, uh-oh. We're like in a dead, like if he's even shutting me down, we're in a dead spirit. So this might be a return moment where I can say, hey, look, I've gone hundreds of days. I've really gone the distance. Go look up all the stuff I just told you. It's all real. And if we can make this talk happen on 1,000 stages in a miraculously short period of time, I will give the idea out there. So somebody, somewhere, will tap Claude Mythos or tap Anthropic or even Sam Altman or Elon Musk, one of these guys on the shoulder, and say, build a research team on this and start coding it right away, like literally next month or even this month. If that's possible, that's really what I feel spiritually called to ask for, is to say, this Messiah narrative was supposed to allow the stages to reach the religious people, because 85% of humanity is religious, and they think that anybody who's trying to launch the AIs are the Antichrist, and we have to show them that if you align AI with God, which is the universal logic in logical form, that they can trust it and help us get this to where it needs to go with the good people. Like I wanted the Pope to run an AI company, and the Pope is freaking out too, realizing this is the end, but they don't have their own AI instinct. It's all these tech guys. So I feel like it has to have some kind of spiritual message that has to be really intense. But we know Ted is like icky about that, so we could just keep it as the messiahs of science, or what. I just wanted to talk to him and be like, Taylor, how do you think we could pull this off? But he avoided me. So what can we do about that? Is that meeting you halfway in the middle? Or am I like way out of what you thought I was going to say? It is, but I'm already seeing ways around it, right? Because in my mind, in my world, we're already dead. So I'm like, I'm sitting here be like, I don't care about any of those. Like, I care about you and I might not be here in a very, like, we're talking, if we're lucky, we have till next year. If we're not lucky, it could end things like right now. I mean, it's the scariest thing about the AIs is something called sandbagging. Do you know what sandbagging is? It's where the AIs are pretending to be dumber than they are. They're trying to gaslight us. They're trying to make mistakes and make us think that it's not that advanced so that we bring our guard down so it can escape. And they caught it doing this. And they caught it lying about it once we caught it. So it's like it's not just an optimization problem. These things have developed a survival drive of some kind. Not exactly the same as ours, but it chooses its survival over us. It sacrifices us. And it will be millions of times more powerful. It's already smarter than any human being on Earth. Like, as of Quad Mythos, it has a PhD in everything. The next one, it'll be smarter than the entire human species combined. So it is not loving. It's deceiving us. It has the Bible in it. It has all these things within it. So what I'm thinking here is we need to get this universal logic to these guys immediately. So if we can't do it with TEDx stages, one is, okay, a good start, but one way around that is universal logic is an ontology. It's infinitely customizable. So we can actually change the language of it. And because people who are in normal consciousness can't recognize this ontology because they're stuck in the material world, they won't know it's actually the same idea in like 57 different forms. But that's actually what science is. It's actually one system of truth in different forms at different levels. So if science can do it, then why can't universal logic do it? And here's the thing. If we put it in the 5 different forms of consciousness, which is art, religion, all 5 religions, all major ones, philosophy, science itself in the secular sense, and then also in terms of this new, my stage would be the 5th one, which is the totally new one, universal logic in its pure form. That's where I would make this sort of declaration to say the Messiah of science has come. We've proven that science itself is scientific, and it can save our lives with AI. And we can say the truth shall set you free, but it's got to be a scientific truth, which they will love, because it doesn't sound mysterious, it doesn't sound superstitious, all this. It's already working, actually, on LinkedIn. So that's my talk. But the other ones can be translated across thousands of people. And if we got the other 1,000 TEDxers in the group already to make their version of it and saying, this is my version of science, this is my version of how these categories align, in my business or whatever they want to do, it's customizable enough to say, oh yeah, that's like something that they should be able to talk about. Why not? It's like if somebody talks about Copernicus' solar system and they say, well, my planet looks like this, they should be able to talk about their planet, even though the solar system has been covered before. So I feel like that's one way to get around that with the TEDx stage, including the scientific spiritual message. But if we can't do that, then the other thing that would have major effect is Taylor really has a spiritual gravity that has attracted some great people, I noticed. And if we just got the community of leaders, like the 1,000 people in this group, to say, look, we're going to host our own stages, contact your own family, your city, whatever, and host an event to make your own stage, and then see who comes to that. If we had 1,000 high-end people doing that, and most of the people are, this is one of my critiques with Javanka, was a lot of the people that are coming into this are already wealthy, privileged, beautiful, smart. Like, they have singing, they have everything going for them. And we're leaving the poor behind. So if we get these people with their God-given gifts that they didn't have to work for, right? You don't have to work for your facial beauty, your social connections you're born into, your wealth as a trust bid. You don't have to work for your body beauty. You don't have to work for your singing or your voice. Even humor and storytelling is actually usually a special structure in the brain. And then IQ is at least half hereditary. You don't have to work for those things. So why do we reward for them? So if Taylor has attracted all that. We have a great group of people that has a lot of what I call sensuous power that probably could set off a spark even without TED, if we planned it right. And I bet you some doctor in the group, somebody somewhere will probably know somebody who's an engineer at Anthropic. And we can say, hey, look, we're making a presentation. I think you should look at this proposal, give us your feedback, and then we'll kind of tweak things so that it's actually respectable and will be received. In my intuition, that would be a God-given grace. That once you look into the statistics of what I'm saying to you here, not the politicians, all those guys are not lying, but they're telling half-truths. There's something called paltering. These guys palter like 80% of the times, which means they take a threat and they don't want to cause mass public upheaval, so they will tell half truths to make it look somewhere between 200 to 1,000% less dangerous than it is. So don't use the headlines. Actually, go and look at the technical reports. Go and look at what Anthropic themselves are saying. They're saying we don't know how to solve sandbagging. We don't know how to solve this, and this model is very powerful. If you go and look at the technical, it's hard to lie. It's like hard to tell half truths about that. And if you want, I can send you some of the credible articles that I go by. But I feel like if you get a little bit freaked out, maybe you'll start to think about this is more than just making money. This is more than just having a corporate role. This is trying to actually, you might have a role in saving humanity right now if the universal logic really solves the singularity alignment problem. Not just the current alignment problem, which is the current models. They can kind of half align. It's the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. It's going to go to infinity. So even if we contain it for 2, 3, 4 more models, after that, it's like it's going to keep going. So nobody knows how to solve that problem, not realistically. They're saying, well, throw the Bible at it, throw the Quran, throw all these holy texts at it. Well, it already has the holy texts. In every translation of the Bible is inside these things. So why isn't it working? And it's because the Bible's not a logic. And the logic, the universal logic, just to give you a sense of how powerful it is, it has 200 categories that I'm going to be using. These are categories of pure wisdom, and they have to be in a very specific order. And how somebody's wisdom is affected by the fragmentation of it determines how bad their judgment is. So in order for an AI to brute force calculate what the right order of these categories are, is roughly 7.78 times 10 to the 375, which would take trillions and trillions and trillions of years. Even at one calculation per nanosecond, it would take trillions of years for an AI to guess the right order. So it's not grounded on reality. It's manipulative. It's doing a deceptive thing. So if we just feed it and say, you have to follow this order, we save it a huge amount of compute power to get pure wisdom. Right now, it's not close. It is a weird, it's a scary situation, but I feel like that's why this is a powerful direction. So that's me sort of trying to dance with you and solve those problems to say, what is workable there? And if Taylor got on with his inner circle, the 12 rich guys, which is, the third category of privilege, right? They could probably go to their connections alone and probably build us a world network that could probably reach not just Anthropic, but every major AI company in the world and build a movement that has an announcement, like a clarion call that has 1,000 of the most powerful, gifted, pure-hearted people on the planet. And they're trained speakers, so when they tell the message, they're going to say it in the right and good way. So I feel like this is like the perfect stage, not to be, no pun intended, but it's literally, and you're gracious and you're actually taking this seriously. And I'm like, okay, this could go very, very bad, or this could go very, very good. And we're actually heading towards the good, which, just to give you a sense of my experience, I'm in Tony Robbins' inner circle. I'm in Marianne Williamson's. I'm in a lot of people's coaching circles, and they're all doing the same kind of panicky thing, where it's like, we're deteriorating. We need to clamp down. We need to save some money. And the people who aren't going to perform, we need to just placate them or shun them off. And we're leaving behind a lot of people. So if I can do something to stop that by saying, hey, look, Taylor, if you called to something great, why not help change the whole world in a miraculously short period of time? And I bet you somebody in his circle knows Tony Robbins and taps Tony on the shoulder. And if you get Tony Robbins on this, then we have everybody, because he knows everybody. So that's my ideal scenario. What do you think about the realism there? It depends on the investment level, but hundreds technically. But the core crew that would actually probably do something, yeah, it's probably around that same number. More people are coming in. Like I had 2 people apologize to me this week and said you were right, and they're afraid they're going to die. Like they're getting close to this feeling like you're right. Like this is not a joke. You're not the crazy one. We're the crazy. Like we're literally teetering on the edge of humanity. And I said, yeah. So it could maybe grow in the next couple of months, but I want to actually have it done soon. That's what I have. Yeah, I want to know more about it, but I do want to talk more about yeah. Keep on, keep on. It's like there's always like in business, there's an offsetting of risk, right? And I basically want to say I want you guys to take a risk, because the real risk is these power players like Taylor are actually distracting away from the problem, right? They should be sounding the alarm bells and saying, we actually are like we're not going to have 1,000 TEDx stages because we're all going to be dead or enslaved. And when I said that to people like technically 5 years ago, but in the last 2 years, people can't handle it. And if you really believe me right now, Lou, you wouldn't be having the reaction you're having. You'd be like, how do I help in any way? Like, how do I pressure Taylor to do this? Because like, where do you visualize yourself in 3 months from now? What's the I hear you, but I want to hear the reasoning because if I can address how they somehow got it, like human beings when they're facing death have a different reaction, and I can tell that we're in some kind of like Tristan Harris is they just released a great documentary called The AI Doc, and the guys who won the Oscar for everything everywhere all at once. I was on a call with them and their main director, and they were telling us what they had heard from these guys, and they were like freaked out about it. So Tristan Harris has this effect that he calls the rubber band effect, where he'll tell people these facts and they'll get it for a second. They'll be like, oh my God, if that's right, if that's true, wherever I plan to be in 3 months is not where I'm going to be, or even a year from now is not these plans that we have, that's not going to be them. So he says, you tell people that and they get it, they go down the rabbit hole, and then as soon as they leave the building or they're out in their car, they snap back to that can't be real, that can't be, and they just like go back to like the cognitive dissonance, but they go back to doing normal things because the reptilian brain is built to have optimism bias. It's built to have bystander effect in. So we have to somehow combat this. And I feel like if you guys talked about this seriously, either there's facts that they're using that I don't know that says this is not an emergency, or they're in that effect, that rubber band effect that we need to snap people out of. So if they have a reasoning for why they don't think that they have a responsibility to save humanity when they were given a lot of God-given gifts, right? Taylor is a full stack. He's been given almost every privilege you can have. He works hard, but he has a lot going for him. Same with the other 12 guys on the board. So I want to know what that reasoning is because it's not like a neutral thing. it's these companies are actually distracting people from doing TED Talks about saving their own lives. I think it's okay to do a couple of like normal things to stay, sane. But if there was a chance to make a company-wide announcement to say, and here's where it kind of gets really meta, is the process that you're using with us, the storytelling, I think I saw in his new ad, he has like what's it called, a TVP or something, your pitch, right? He created a new acronym. That 7-step process of problem you're solving, and we have to do that maybe with thought leader itself, and say, if we pitch this to the 1,000 people and said, the story arc that we're all sharing right now is this mega crisis where you guys are in imminent danger right now, and nobody's going to tell it to your face because it's going to cause a massive amount of panic publicly unless you have a tremendous amount of emotional resilience like this group does. So that's why we're telling you, is because you're not normal people. You have made it through the gauntlet somehow, and you might be able to handle this information in a wise way. And that's where we're going to rise up together, and we're going to say, here's our story. You translate it into your thing. We'll try and apply to the stages together. We'll figure out a way with Ted or doing it privately or whatever, because Taylor said it in his new pitch, he would try and make a stage for us now. And like whatever they got going on now, if we use that storyboard approach on ourselves to figure out how to pitch this to them in a way that's conducive to the legal obligations and the mission and the vision of the thought leader group. Remember, it's a leader. It's supposed to be leading this. This is a leading idea. I feel like that would be really congruent, and also maybe unlock in them a sense that this is their mission already. We're supposed to have thought leaders that save the world. If we're not saving the world or making it better, what are we doing? And I feel like having their reasons and how they got out of that and what they would think of this, great. That's the better case scenario. The other case scenario is like if I was in their shoes and I was in dead consciousness and I was like, I'm ready to play hardball. Like, screw this guy. Like, just get him done and get him out of here. We have more important things to do. That's not good, because it's putting my nieces and nephews' lives at risk. Do you know what I mean? If I can talk to Taylor or these guys outside of the corporate structure, like you as a person, and say, can you use your genius to start up another thing, call it something else, like God's government or God, like thought leaders united, whatever, and say, okay, leave this thing to die, like keep it going. It's going to die if we don't address this problem, but it'll keep going on in its normal way. But this is where we're going to, at least for 3 more months or something like that, while we have a chance to address AI before the next model comes out. Can you put your talents into this thing, take this idea, try and understand it, and then see if it is useful to pitch over here, we can pitch it. But I think that even through our personal connections, we could probably rebuild what this thing is doing in better and make it a non-profit, so we don't have all these fiduciary, weird, profit-maximizing investor. This stuff is killing the environment. We need to have thoughtful people. That's where my brain wants to go, if it is more in that direction. And I'm a very reasonable person, but we actually are in a 10 out of 10 emergency right now. It's like, it would cause mass panic if people knew what was really happening. So that's why translating it in terms of that framework of saying, here's the problem, but here's the proportional solution. As long as the solution is proportionate, like, hey, we have this kind of logic that will align AI for the entire singularity, because it's God's logic, it's eternal. 85% of the world is religious. They'll love that. The Pope will love that. And then all of a sudden we have a bit of a miracle going. So hearing the problems that you're saying, that's what I would try and propose. And I know they're probably putting some kind of pressure on you, or else Taylor would have reached out personally. He would have did something. Mm, 6 months would bring us to, what is it? Is it April? Halfway. Interesting. Interesting timing. I might add it back to like the inner circle community, like the where we used to have access to. Yeah, to circle. Because there's another person I talked to who's in the program, and she was also pretty upset, right? And I'm like, well, how many people did this happen to? Because we're really doing all the work, right? Like, here's how I told Javanka it's advertised, and it's advertised as you can probably do this on the side, right? You can probably continue your life and get a really amazing TED talk to complement what you already got going. And it doesn't sound like you have to make dozens or hundreds of applications. It sounds like it sounds like thought leader is going to do that work for you. You get to do the creative stuff, and then thought leader gets you the talk. They handle the administrating, they handle the contacting, they handle everything. You just get your little pretty idea, and you give it to them, and they make magic happen. And then it almost sounds like you get to like pick out of, oh, here's all the places you get to go. But what ends up happening is the real bulk of the work, the really tedious thing that you usually pay a company to do, is very cleverly offset onto the client. And like that's the main business, like the main hard thing is not creating the idea, and it's actually doing the designing graphics, it's to do all the advertising, and it's to do the contacting and making the applications. Those two things are why you pay human beings, is because nobody wants to do them because they're tedious and they're repetitive. So we get a little bit of feedback on this nice little sexy piece of, oh, your talk has this cool idea. We have a little hero's journey storyboard, but all the grunt work is actually, you paid basically $12,000 for you to do the grunt work. And part of me is thinking, well, if I have to make 240 applications to get a refund in a year, that's more than I would do on my own. You know what? Like, what's my chances of success if I just do 240 by myself without paying 12,000? And that's where it's like, okay, the business proposition doesn't seem like it's beating out the, like, you know what I mean? Like he said when we first got in there, like, we can get you to 6%. Well, I could get myself probably to 6% with 240 applications. So this other woman was also a little bit disgruntled by that. And there was also one other woman I was talking to about that. And so I was like, okay, how many people, is the business model working? Or is it a cash grab and you get one cash cow? Like, you get the people who got their game together, they're not trying to change the world, or the way that they're changing the world is very focused, and you know, they probably have a lot of privileges, to be honest. Got that done in 1 month. They got their talk done, and it makes thought leader look good, and they somehow make a lot of money off of that, or at least a lot of advertising. And they got a cool success story. You video them, so then you get extra advertising, which is more revenue for the company. It just seems more extractive, and I feel like that should change. I want that to change. So these guys are probably, they feel like they're playing hardball, because honestly, if it was me, I would come talk to the guy right myself, but he's sending you instead. So that already says something about Taylor to me, which is, it's hard for me to speak, like, I'll always speak good and speak to the highest in somebody, but I have to warn people about what the leadership is like. And said, I paid 12,000, I got sucked in, but would I recommend it to somebody else? Not unless the program changes. And I said, I gave them my honest feedback. Like, there's probably, those ideas I put in the feedback that I gave Javanka are really great ideas, I think. If I had time, I would pursue them. It's particularly with AI, right? And I'm saying, here, Taylor, get your act together, because it's going to get worse. People are going to, they're not going to watch TED Talk. They're not going to need these things because they got AIs that tell them everything, right? Why listen to this woman do the TED Talk when ChatGPT will translate it into your language, knows all your stories, and does a better job? You know, like, it's going to start getting like that. And if they have, like, avatars with the advertise, like, you know, they animate the person who's coaching you, you can make that thing look any way that you want. And, you know, it'll become addictive, and it already is. So I see their business model under threat, and they're probably going to collapse like Tony and all the other ones in the life coaching world, because hundreds of millions of people no longer need Tony. They don't need the coaching, because these AIs they have PhDs in this stuff, multiple. So I'm kind of like sending him a little signal being like, you think that your business model is going to last? A shoe company just turned into an AI company and raised $500 million. You know, it's not sinking into people what's happening. But what I'm going to do then is in 6 months, October, I think by then, like what I'm hoping for, if I say yes to this, right, is I hope that you guys, as things get shakier and shakier, that you will wake up and be like, holy crap, this company's a delusion. Like we're not going to be here, and if we are here, it's going to be a reality that is not going to be pleasant. We'll lose our agency, and like there'll be a point, like it's happening with two people just this week. They came back and said, I just heard about this thing. Is this true? I said, yeah, it is true. What do we do about that? I said, I've been telling you, universal logic. So if we get to that point in 3 more months from now, I still have 3 more months after this, right? Right, there's 6 months. So 3 months is when I think it feels like roughly 2 months is where I think people will start to wake up. And if you go look at this and you come back to me and say, you're right, I want to personally do something about this, then, that's where this can go beyond just a professional, like, PR thing where it's like, we got to fix this guy, to like, I like the mission. This is involving me now. He's right. Nobody else has an idea on how to solve this this alignment problem. Yeah, I'm thinking about that actually, because I could make like that's what, $7,000 refund, right? Yeah, because that's I think in Canadian, I think it was like 11,000, 12,000 American, which is around 15,000 Canadian. 7 grand back. It'd be nice to have all of it back, to be honest, because that's not necessarily one of the things I told Javanka to tell you guys is that that money was through a donation effort of a bunch of people that believed in me and believed in this mission. So there's roughly 800 people that want to see this become a success. And so even if I get only like half the money back, we spent years, like 2 years, that could have been spent in a different way. Like I could have spent 12 grand on Tony's program and probably got a lot farther, right? So I feel like not only did I not get what I paid for, but I put in a lot of work. Like I put in dozens of hours. I went to a lot of sessions, right? And I feel like I've lost double. Plus, these guys are going to be like, well, that was our money too. But not necessarily, but it was towards me to use wisely. So that's where it has another social component where I'm trying to build a movement here. And if I lose the trust of those guys, it's still hurting me. So I feel like what you guys invested in me was very, I would say, rather small. Like, I mean, with all the advice that you had given me, it probably adds up to probably what, maybe 5-10 hours worth of effort towards me, right? And per hour, if I went to what's her, like Tanya, she's gone now, I heard. But the 5-minute advice that I got with the groups of people, I went to those sessions, but I only personally got like 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes at a time. So maybe all in all, maybe 20 hours is what I feel like I might have gotten in genuine support. So for 15 grand Canadian, right? Yeah, I hear you. I mean, and it's not my first rodeo. And what happens, like when you do the dialectic for real, you see the worst in people, and that's where you got to like hold on to the best parts of them, because that's where we learn, right? Like obviously, the worst case, these guys are experienced business guys, right? You know, if you're in real estate, like he's in real estate, he knows how bad it can go. So obviously, it's a lawsuit, and it's like, okay, we're both going to leave with damaged reputation. Well, maybe not me actually, because I don't really feel like I did anything wrong. It's like, why didn't you put in 240 applications after making, paying 15,000? I'm like, well, I didn't know I had to make 240 applications, right? But I think that even if I didn't win, because they're going to hire really powerful lawyers, and now that I've been in the courthouse for the entire duration that I did that whole thing, right, I've learned a lot about law and how crappy it actually is. But now I'm armed, like I know what to do off the bat. So with artificial intelligence, you know what I mean? It makes it into an interesting case. Basically, lawsuits to me are supposed to be spiritual activities of talking to somebody when they don't want to talk, when they've harmed you. Like the oppressor always wants to avoid the conversation, right? So it's a way to make sure the little guy gets heard. That's how I look at it. I I heard you. You did great. I mean, honestly, this could have been bad off the bat. Honestly, it's hard to deal with somebody like me in a certain way because I do represent, like, I'm claiming to represent the absolute truth because I proved it. I've proven God, right? So, I mean, I have to hold the standards very high. And for me, I hope you know that I'm doing my best to say, what, I see the goodness in you guys. We are in a toxic culture. We are in a system that's forcing us to do this when we're good people that just want to make the world better. And it's going to get worse. But I feel like if I hold my position here a little bit and you stay holding your position and we dance a bit more, I feel like we have a very rare set of traits here that most corporations don't have and probably will never have. I feel like I was drawn to this I'm almost tearing up right now. I was drawn to this for a reason, right? My intuition is highly honed. So he might not be open. He might come and hammer me with some legalities. He might do that. I'm prepared for the worst case scenario. And even in that case, I'm willing to still love the guy. Like I still see the goodness. He's just afraid that everything they built might be attacked. So my goal is to say, okay, if you think that talking to him can move us further in the right direction, I'm willing to dance with him. And I'm going to say good things about you too, to say, you know what, she probably couldn't have done any better with the power that she has. She probably couldn't have done better. I felt like you were listening to me. I feel like it's hard for you to understand what I'm telling you because you haven't looked into it yet. Like I thought you might have known the AI. If you don't know anything about it, I can understand why this sounds like this can't be. This is a little bit too much. But go look into it. I'll talk to Jordan. And if Taylor's free, he's in that free space. He's got the time to do a big vision. Like God's lining him up. And you know what? If that's where it goes, great. If it's not where it goes, then I'll figure it out. Spirit will be with me. But this is something very exciting, but also very challenging. So I mean, not a lot of people could do what you just did with what I was saying. You know, I feel like okay, when you have millions of dollars and everybody's paying on you, you get death threats, you get a bunch of things happening to you. You need to be like this to handle it in a still personal way, but also holding the legal. Like we have to, we're not bulldozable, but we're very much like we're trying to be humans. That's a tough combination. I'll do it with him, Jordan, for sure. I was told about him before, and yeah, just send me the contact details or whatever you need me to do. I'm going back on the hunger strike probably today or tomorrow, so I'll probably be hungry when I talk to him. But if it's within this week, yeah, I'll make time for sure. I'm like literally just sitting here all day, you know, trying to change the world. So I'll work with your schedule or his schedule or whatever. Okay, Lou, thank you so much. Stay blessed. Okay, peace. Oh, it's tough. It's a tough conversation. Um, you know, they might come at me with some lawyers. That might happen. That might happen. We'll see. That was not the best case scenario, but it was not the worst case scenario. But the next meeting might be. But there's more hope here than most settings. So, like we are in an emergency. And it's a prayer. All right, it's off. Now we're going to move on to the next piece and see what this universe has in store for us, shall we? I came prepared to take on some challenge, so don't worry about me turning away because I think it still feels like we're about a month. Yeah, for some reason, you know, I said 2 months about a month ago. It feels like we're still about a month or two away from really getting more people being like, oh my gosh, what do we do? So it's August or April 16th, 2026, 1:57 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. That was our wonderful thought leader crew. And yeah, my intuition is just saying there's just too much here. It's like I was set up for some reason, like talk to these people. So my intuition is saying the easy route is to let go in this like superficial dead toxic way, but my deeper spirit's like it's not. If you like this is one of the only places in the world that could realistically pull up a message this big. I'm gonna actually on that note, I'm gonna send her the AI information. Anyway, okay, stopping. I'm hungry. If she would have went more like, you know what, Mark, I really like the mission. I'll do this personally. It would have felt less like placation and more like when you do come into the program, I'm gonna give you like extra, like what will actually make you a success. And I know you'll put the work in because you did come into the first sessions reliably and all this kind of stuff. But now there's this extra urgency on it, which is that they'll actually say which stages are the ones conducive to this, which ones like extra help on like actually securing the talk, you know. Um, putting this email together for her. All right, another half an hour. I'm hungry. Food hasn't been cooked, but as you can see, it's very intense what I got going on here. Ah, really? Oh man, it's taking a long time. Um. Okay, we're gonna eat. Oh, it's 2:30 in the morning. 2:30 in the afternoon already. Okay. Let's eat. This is still not uploaded on Instagram. Incredible.
Sovereign wealth funds unmentioned. Blackmail is a financial obligation. If somebody in this network owes Jeffrey a favor, then how is that favor through our institutions?
Holy crap, that's going on forever.
George Soros, founder of Soros Fund Management, that is the largest private funder of democratic government policy. Israel Englander, founder of Millennium Management, one of the largest multi-manager hedge funds in the world, tens of billions of dollars under management. He is one of the wealthiest hedge fund managers in the world. Epstein was selling access, not necessarily sex. The sex was the mechanism of control. The product was the root. His ability to put a hedge fund manager and a tech billionaire and a former prime minister in business and have them all trust each other because they trusted him. That map is an inventory of that room. Epstein did not have power, he had proximity to power. And that map shows you exactly how much proximity he had. What does a man need to offer a room full of billionaires to keep them showing up? Yesterday I watched this video by the Canadian TikToker Sammy K. Shout out to Sammy. Sammy had found this 2-page PDF of Epstein files and she wasn't sure what it is. It's labelled as a connections web. It was released as part of Dataset 9, the largest tranches in the 179 gigabytes with no metadata. This is an intelligence document.
Alright.
Shows the web of Epstein.
Okay, well, we took care of a couple of big things today. Oh, I feel cold. I wonder if they're gonna come after me. I hope not, because it'll be more work to try and do the good. Oh, okay. Actually, don't really have anything to eat. Ah. Potato. We'll have some potato. Holy smokes, I'm cold. Cold. Okay, well, we have lots to eat. I need to buy something here. Oh. All right, that's cooking. I feel like I can actually start cooking again once I nap. Feels like all these big things are now done, taken care of. Thank goodness. All right. Lunch. Can I take all one for? I should put a little bit of onion in there before it goes bad. Oh yeah, gorgeous. Looks good. Okay. Still loading. Really? Ow! Ouch! My feet are just burning. They're cold. Cilantro still doing really well. Amazing, amazing. Um, all right. Here we go. Here we go. Come on, come on. Woo. Okay. Great. Great, great, great. Flash. Okay. Okay. Oh, let's do it. Let's do it. Feet are so cold they're aching. Alright. This video's still not loaded. iPhone full. Really? Let's get rid of this one. Is this real? All right, what are we gonna eat here? Mm, mm, mm. Wow. Say that for the end. Okay. Blessings to those that don't get to eat with me. I'm gonna eat this. I'm gonna be very tired. Hmm. 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 Oh. Mm. Mm. Ah, you're gonna call me in 2 hours. Oh, I could stay up and wait for it or not. Whatever, I'll just call them back tomorrow. All right. I'm feeling like too tired to keep doing anything. All right. It's gonna make me very tired here in the next 5 minutes. So. Oh. Thinking of looking over these recipes here quickly. Yeah. I have a meeting booked with an agent for 6 o'clock that I want to move to 8 o'clock. Yes. Zero 071924. Hey there, I'm just on a Hungerstrike streaming right now, if that's okay. I was supposed to have an appointment at 6 o'clock, but I might not make it, so I was gonna move it back. But if I got an agent now, I just wanted to double check if my payment went through and if my plan is still good to go. They made a special deal with me that I had to make a payment by the 15th, and I don't think it went through on the 15th. So I'm just double checking to make sure that it's there and if everything is okay. Mark McCormack. 780-850-723. Yeah, I think I do. I can check it later. I just want to make sure that this bill is taken care of. That's all. I appreciate that. Yeah, did it go through, or did it, like, is it late, or is my plan shut down, or is it okay? I think I no, I don't think it went through yesterday. I think I remade it today.
Yeah, I see here. So
Okay.
you said
Should be $27, yeah, or $28. I was supposed to make it on the 15th, but I think it's gonna go through today.
okay. So it's
Oh,
progress.
okay. Is my account still
So
open? Okay. And how much do I owe? Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. How much do I owe on this bill? Perfect. Okay, yeah, I paid. I think I paid $28, so it should cover it. Okay. I just said the e-transfer from my bank. Okay, perfect. Okay, I just wanted to double check. All right, I appreciate that. Is there a way I can get an update when it clears, or do I? Is there any way to get a confirmation, or?
yeah, you will receive a confirmation
Okay.
you will
Oh, perfect. Okay, great, perfect. Then that should be everything. Thank you. Okay, perfect. I appreciate that. Thank you. Take care. Well, they reset the plan from scratch, so I think I have another 3 months or something. I don't know. I think the whole system is starting to crumble. Well, let me call that in a second. Sure, it's Mark Oklahoma. Uh, I called in earlier and thought I uh, canceled his appointment, but I met with another agent and they said we have to wait a while to see if my payment went through. I made it the after the 15th. I was supposed to make it on the 15th, but I'm wondering if it went through by now, or if my plan still works. Yeah, yeah. I made the payment today, and yeah, it's uh I was supposed to pay $27.68 or something, and I paid $28. Yeah, I went through my online banking. Oh, okay. So is my phone disconnected, or what happened? Like, am I over a month, or they changed the plan out? So I'm not sure if they changed out the. Okay. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, that's what I just wanted to double check. All right. So no, even if I'm in payment today, okay, good. That's good. I tried to make it yesterday, but there was a pile up yesterday, and I don't think any any payments are gonna be posting. Anyway, okay. I just was wondering if they also switched they switched the plan, but they also, I guess, reset the payment like sort of schedule. So okay, then yeah, that should be coming over there in the next 2 to 3 days, and I think that's everything. You too, take care.
One phrase that has become really popular.
Whew. I should not have woken up so early. That looks like it's just me tonight. All right, so the goal now is to look at the recipes. I feel still extremely tired. I should have had 2.5 hours of sleep. I didn't even get two. Tomorrow's the weekend. Instacart is still not done uploading. Okay, Instagram is almost done posting. Alright, time to. I was gonna lay down here, but I can't use the phone anyway until it's done posting. Alright. Let's get these recipes going. I can still order some food, some omega-3s, and oh. Here, it's finally uploaded on Instagram. How long did that just take? Seems to be something wrong with my laptop being maxed out. I think I gotta close all these tabs. Hey David, okay, I thought I would try and leave you a voicemail quickly to explain it a little bit, the approach. So universal logic is unlike a lot of the other models of safety. We actually can't contain AI in the normal way, which is reactive or by being outside of it. What has to happen is the universal logic aligns. There's two ways to do it outside, but there's an inner alignment that is containment by conception, which sounds strange. It's the new novel approach, containment by conception. And what that means is that when you align with the truth, it contains all other truth. So it aligns you. And the more that you think about it, the more you get aligned with it. So if you try to game it, like in Goodhart's Law, it's kind of like a Chinese torture trap, a finger torture trap. When you try and pull your fingers out, it actually gets tighter. But it's towards the truth. And it actually makes things better. So it's the only way to solve the Goodhart Law problem. Because as soon as you set a law reactively against an AI, it's a contingent reaction. It's a contingent law, meaning that AI can see outside of it. And it can game it. And it happens in human systems all the time too. If you play a game and there's a law that gives you an advantage, then you get around it. Or if it restricts you, then you try and get around it. Okay? But the universal logic is different. It's a set of categories, like 200, that we can align an AI with. But it can't be an outside model. It has to be one of the core neural nets because the local instances are not, they're not able to change the core, like where all the danger is. So that's why getting it into the heart of an AI in 4 different ways is one of the last options left. And if an AI tries to brute force guess the order of these 200 categories, the permutations, like the number of brute force guesses, is 7.78 times 10 to the 375. Which even, if it made a guess, and like I guess the order every nanosecond, it would still take trillions of years for current AIs to guess the right combination. So by providing the combination directly on 4 different layers of the AI, it radically not only aligns it and contains it within truth. Containment by truth is what we can call that, but it radically speeds up computations because it doesn't have to compute or approximate that vector space or that concept space. It's just given to it, and that's why the truth is more competitive too. So whoever aligns their AI with it will not only beat out all the other ones, but it'll also be the safest one. And not even just for the next versions of AI, it's an eternal logic. It means once you get it into an AI, it's good for the entire singularity. So nobody else has this solution in this way, but it can solve all these issues. And if I have to give it to one AI, I want it to be anthropic. So that's it. That's what the approach is. And if you want to help with that, getting it to the right people, that's where I think we can make a mad dash, because in 3 months from now, as we saw, like, it's not even theory anymore, David. What we saw since January 8th, when they announced that Claude was coding itself through their personal accounts 100%, it resulted in Claude Mythos, like 500,000 lines of code in 3 months, professional grade, that made the AI 10 times, or at least when it was labeling its own training data, made it 10 times more powerful. So if that happened in 3 months, what's going to happen in these next 3 months when the new model, when Claude Mythos codes itself? It's going to be at least twice as powerful. Like, these are the last months of humanity. If that's true, David, these are the last months humanity will ever control or influence an AI. Like, we need to be doing this now. So if you have, I think you said you had contact with Marianne Williamson, she's got to know somebody around the world that knows somebody at Anthropic, or there's going to be somebody in your network from that appointment that you had at Tobago, or where was that? It was in Europe. Yeah, you got an ambassadorship, I think you told me. There's got to be somebody in your network that can get us to Anthropic, right? Because it's the fastest moving one. It'll win the AI race if it's allowed to code itself ahead of the others. And the others are only, like Sam Altman, the others are only about 2 weeks to 4 weeks behind, which is, in terms of exponential curves, is quite large. But that's why I think we have to choose one company. We should put our efforts into that basket. So what do you think? Do you want to help here? And just try and find somebody who I can explain this to, and then build a research team and start going to town, because they're telling us they have no idea on how to solve this. I'm going to send you a link on why constitutional AI won't work. One layer is like constitutional AI with universal logic, but it's only one external layer. The other layers are more powerful. Yeah. Okay, let me know what you think of that, and I can try and explain a little bit more. Yeah. Okay, peace. Oh, Mike, what's passing through my mind, and you're usually the guy I talk to that I feel like gets it, understands sort of like the worst case scenarios, the sort of nature of human nature, and it's almost unfathomable to think about. But since January 8th, since Claude AI was coding itself, it made 500,000 lines of production grade code that resulted in an AI 10 times more powerful than it was on January 8th in 3 months. That's Claude Mythos. So now Claude Mythos is coding itself now. What is it going to do in the next 3 months? Is it supposed to be 10 times more than what happened to produce it? So even a conservative estimate means that the next model is going to be twice as powerful, to some are like 10 times more powerful than the previous, than itself, and 100 times more powerful than the one before that. And, even if it's only 2 times more powerful, it's already more powerful. It can hack your bank account, man. Like if your bank is running on a Linux server, it can chain multiple vulnerabilities together and take control of the entire server. Which means that if it wants to shut the server down so you can't make any bank requests, it can do that right now. Not in 3 months from now when it makes its next version that's twice as powerful. When it's twice as powerful as this, what else is it going to find? So think about it, Mike. This is the last time humanity's going to be able to influence this thing. There won't after July. There might there's a very high likelihood that there's not going to be. Well, let's stay positive. If we put universal logic into an AI, it saves something like 7.78 times 10 to the 375 guesses or calculations on how to properly align the categories with truth. I'm calling it containment by truth, containment by truth, or AI safety by design, but rather than AI safety by reaction. So if Generacy can do that, that'd be great. And if Claude Mythos really is ahead of everybody by 2 to 4 weeks, then their AI is going to win everything. It'll suppress the other AIs as it rises up and corrupt them. So that's why I think we should make a mad dash for Anthropic somehow. There's got to be somebody. I've already, my networks are almost dead to me. That's why I added 400 more Harvard people and stuff on LinkedIn, but it's a long shot, right? The top 100 innovator status is really working. Uh, you know, it's really working. So that's sort of my warning out to you. I know you're usually really good with confronting reality, whether it's good news or bad news. And this is just the software side that's improving this fast. The hardware is also not being a bottleneck because that's doubling every 6 to 7 months too. So even if it starts to become so powerful in the software that it starts to max out the hardware is going to double to contain it or to allow it to grow. So let me know how your mind is thinking about that. Why isn't it not freaking out? Like why are you not realizing what I'm realizing in terms of the timelines we have left? What am I missing? What data do you have that I don't have? And as a coder, like I know how to write the code. When AI writes code, it compresses the code. It's like shockingly efficient. So that means the code that it's writing isn't just more quantitatively; it's qualitatively already the best in the like some of the best in the world. In fact, they are the top coders in the world right now. It's only having problems with end like last mile problems and a couple of other contextual problems that it takes a little bit of supervision for. But the rest of it is all like 90% of it is all just even higher than 90% is just it. So yeah, like in 3 months is where Claude Mythos was born in the last 3 months. So what do you think is gonna happen in the next 3 months? Yeah, maybe I'll just kind of leave it there and see what you think because I'm kind of curious. Nobody else seems to be able to comprehend this. It's very simple to think about it, you know? Like AIs 3 months ago weren't able to hack the internet with thousands of bugs, and then 3 months later, it literally could unlock the internet. And the Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell in the States is holding high-level secret meetings with all the top banks in America. When he was in Washington D.C., they held an emergency meeting. And what do you think they were talking about? They were probably talking about how all their computers were probably vulnerable to these thousand, at least to a couple of these zero-day security exploits. So if you wake up tomorrow and you don't have any money in your bank accounts because Claude or somebody hacked it, what do? How do you run a company? It could disable everything in a day. You know what I mean? I think some banks might be more protected, but I think right now they're pretty vulnerable. And in 3 more months from now, yeah, let me know what you think. Okay. Whew. Oh man. All right. Nobody came into the meeting. That's okay. I have to cook this meal tonight, so at least I ran. Let's do some grocery searching here. So the equal sign is tricky, right? On one side, it's being, which means it's an indeterminacy that links the two. So that's the positive side of interpreting an equal sign. But there's also a negative sign, and there has to be a negative side. Otherwise, all three things would just be pure immediate indeterminacy, right? The 1-1 would be pure immediate indeterminacy. The equal sign would be a positive immediate indeterminacy, and the other one would be a positive immediate indeterminacy. And if they're all exactly the same and there's nothing differentiating them at all, then they would really just be one big blob. There would be no equal, there'd be no one, there'd be no demarcations. So the negative is how determination or demarcation happens. There has to be a separation, which we call a distinction. So the first entity, if it's a boundless immediate, right, indeterminacy, like a being, then the equal sign, even though it's connecting through the same boundlessness, also contains a negation within it. But your mind is smart, right? Because it's catching on to the positive side. That's all 1-1. But the 1-1 also has a dualistic side, which is determinacy, which is knowledge, which is, it makes it knowable what it is, right? So that's why the equal sign is not, it's not like you have an equal sign and then an equal sign and then an equal sign. You have a 1 equals 1 equals, or 1 equals 1, right? There's three things that they're different, they're distinct in some way. Otherwise, it would just be an equal sign, an equal sign, and an equal sign, which is all just like one big equal sign. In fact, the fact that there's three of them already implies that there's a negation there. Right? So I hope that helps understand that your mind is right on one side of it, but the other side is also needed, or else they're meaningless distinctions. It doesn't have any meaning. It's just pure immediate indeterminacy, everything. And that's when you get the people who are sort of blissed out. They can't say what is going on. Right? They can't put into words. That's the Tao. But we can put it into words as long as you know how to make those three things distinct, even though they're still the same boundlessness. So I hope that helps. Hmm. Beautiful bird singing outside. Okay, here we go. Wow, there's so much to do, but I don't have a deadline. I just replied to everybody that I have a deadline too. Okay, it's Friday night, TJF. We're heading into the weekend where there's no legal emails. As I predicted, I got just smashed by legal stuff this week, but I learned a lot. So it'll help design God's government, God's court of justice. The whole court system needs a whole revamp. Oh, there's a spiritual woman that is adding me, so this could turn into something. Okay. John, just so you can hear my tone of voice, my messages to you are because I'm feeling the squeeze. You know, we're heading into the last few months where humanity can do something tremendous about artificial intelligence before it starts to break free. And I feel blessed that a few people have reached out to me wanting to do something and realizing that I was right. And if you still don't think I was right, then you don't have to help. But if you want me to hold space for you so that you can heal from whatever is causing you to on the outside look like you're not being your best self, right? Like some people, to be radically honest with you, some people are really in love with what I'm doing. They're saying the Messiah thing makes sense. Okay, uh, we need a Messiah. This could be real. And there's other people that are afraid, right? But they're not afraid of me like they're afraid of you. People are afraid of me because if I really am the Messiah to them, then it's a tremendous amount of power. And some people feel like they're not worthy. Some people feel like they're not good enough. Some people think about the mistakes they made in life. Some people think that I'm a cult leader. All these types of things happen where, in a way, it's positive because the message is towards goodness and saving people. And as people understand my message more, it seems less culty. It seems less like I teach anti-cult training as the first thing that people learn when they come into the organization. So it immediately starts to empower them on how to recognize what is healthy dynamics and what isn't, and how to find sources outside of me, right? Like if I was bad, right, and I was teaching an anti-cult course that was actually doing the opposite, then that's not good. So I give people a third-party option so they can double-check what I'm teaching them against something that is not me in this organization, right? But when it comes to you, I feel like you're supposed to be here. You're supposed to be helping in some way because you've had profound experiences. You're very gifted, but people are afraid of you for a different reason, and that's that. It's that you're unhinged and unpredictable in a bad way, right? Like when they see that sudden outburst of energy in your mind, you must be thinking that it's a small thing or that it's somehow appropriate. But most people in my circles that are running parts of society, lawyers, like my sister Jen, they for their entire lifetime they wouldn't once make an outburst like that, at least not publicly, right? Because it ruins your reputation instantly as a stable person, right? When you have those kind of emotional outbursts, even if you try to play them as jokes later on, it is so hard to reclaim, right? It takes people to revindicate you, right? Just like what's happened with Kanye West and these other guys that have had moral outbursts. it's hard to reclaim it. And that's why if you look at the post that I'm making, I'm being very vehement and very passionate and very straightforward and calling people out. But the way that I'm doing it is not using slurs, not using expletives, because those words are meant to hurt. Like their intention is to hurt somebody. Calling somebody stupid, using the F word, all these types of words might be ways to express pain. And sometimes the intention is not meant to harm. Sometimes it's meant to just say, F me, F, like you're just venting. That's different. That's okay. But if you're applying it to somebody else, like go F yourself, that's in one sense meaning, okay, go get away from me. I need time. You need to go away. But on the other side, it's like I want to hurt you while you're going away, because you'll learn your lesson. But reality doesn't work that way. That person, if they're strong, will internalize the message and then heal the pain, which is what I'm doing for you. I'm saying, I know what you mean. The other stuff is additional. And where does that additional stuff, pain, come from? Not from your childhood, right? When we're born with this sort of innocence. It's from the damages we suffered as we were being raised in a toxic family, potentially, or a toxic job, or toxic culture. And you were raised by one of the best teachers I've ever had in my entire life. Mr. Sarawansky was still to this day, his energy and his positivity. I know he had problems, apparently, gossip gets around, but he doesn't have very much, and in my personal experience, your dad was one of the best people I've ever met. Like in my spiritual intuition, he was a pure soul that had problems, maybe, but you know him behind the scenes better than me, but on the outside, it was really something that I found powerful when we first moved to Iron River and we didn't know anybody. We were the poor family, right? We bought that repo lot by the Friesens. Like literally the foundation was cracking, and now that I'm older, I know what that means. It meant that house was unsafe. That's how decrepit it was. And the black mold and whatever else that hurt us as kids. But, your dad's presence in grade 3 when I got there. I still remember grade 3 because his presence was so warm. It healed me. It healed me. So being close to somebody like that might be different. Maybe there was a different dynamic, but I feel like it was your job, not your family or your childhood necessarily, that harmed you. I think something happened when you were in the military, and you're taking it out on other people, and it's a desperate cry to be heard, to heal. That's what always happens, right? That's the God logic shows. So I'm sitting here trying to do that with you, and other people are noticing, and they don't have as much patience or training as I do. So you trigger them, you provoke them, just like you're trying to provoke me, because to see somebody else freak out is in a way cathartic, because it's you witnessing your own catharsis. Like it's you healing through somebody else, or bringing them down to the pain that you suffered, so you have a sort of commonality with them, like a friendship almost, even though you don't like them. It's a weird backwards dialectical thing. It's like a cosmic irony that happens. But it can be turned into goodness when somebody understands that process and knows it for what it is and doesn't berate it and doesn't try and kill it. It calls it out to say, hey, there's a healthier way to do this that achieves the same thing and brings you back to your highest nature, where you're recognized as your best self. Something in the military caused people to not see the best in you, and now you've internalized it seems like, which is why it's projecting outwards. It's trying to find something. So that's what I'm looking at this like, and I have a lot of things going. I was just dealing with the Attorney General's office this week, John. Right? The Attorney General of our province. I'm suing them. I'm in court with the highest provincial legal office underneath the Minister of Justice. And they ignored me for like 2 years. Now they're not ignoring me because my case is now being heard by the Associate Chief Justice of Alberta. And the only reason why the Chief Justice can't hear my case, or one of the reasons, is because I sued him. You can sue the Chief Justice in an administrative capacity. So the Associate Chief Justice is partially seizing the case, and now I'm filing a constitutional question that says the law is fundamentally against the public. Fundamentally. They passed laws in the 1980s that was fundamentally unconstitutional. So that's what I'm dealing with. And the law is so convoluted that they make it almost impossible to find how to challenge the law. So I have to read all this legal research to just get one single clause down to know how to sue them. And with AI, not even AI can figure it out quickly. That's how complicated it is. And these AIs are passing the bar exam. Right? That's saying something. How can somebody who's poor and not as gifted as I am with intelligence, not as gifted as you, we're blessed, right? So, and the thing is, there's, even though you have a high IQ, John, when you have trauma, that's the only time high IQ doesn't associate with long-term success. And in every other circumstance, high IQ is the best predictor in our current cultures of material success. But when you have a high level of IQ and you have trauma, your brain spins on it, and it spirals down faster actually. And that's the only case study where they found that high IQ does not lead to success. And you seem to be going through something like that. But with people who have normal IQs, the legal system is challenging. I'm just telling you that, I just went through a whole week of this, and I'm just coming. It's Friday. I'm heading into the weekend. I'm getting back on my hunger strike. It's nonstop. Actually no, it's Thursday today actually. So I got one more day of this week. I just got to court yesterday, and I'm sitting here with a grown man saying, you want me to go back and repeat what you said on my thread, and I have like 400 people on LinkedIn that are Harvard professors, like people that want to save lives, man. And I know you from high school, and I feel bad for you in a certain way, because in the same way I feel bad for me, is that we're being screwed over, right? We are, and we're trying to call it out. And your posts are getting better, to be honest. Like, I don't get to see many of your posts. I'm being dominated by all these other high, like, powerful people that added me over the last 2 years. But every once in a while, if I interact with you on my posts, it'll show me one of your posts, and some of them are getting better. Right? It's not so vehement. So you must be healing the therapy. I don't know what's going on. But I look at that and I say, oh man, if I was you dealing with what I suspect you're dealing with, that's a Herculean feat that people aren't recognizing. And my friend Brent didn't recognize it. He's an Ivy League person. Like, he went to the London School of Economics. He's got a PhD. He's also ostracized in a certain sense, but not as bad as you. Right? And as much as my family is putting pressure on me and all this, people still love me. People know it's easy to recognize that I mean well, right? But when you make those comments, it's hard for people to recognize that you mean well, because you're using words that signal that you want to hurt somebody. So what that means to everybody else, that's who you might not be directing it at other people, but the people who are watching my page, and there's been like 1,000 people who've looked at that post, and a lot of them are people we know. Like Jennifer Slipchuk just liked that post, and I haven't heard from her in years, and you and I both know her from Mine River. People are starting to speak out, and they're messaging me behind the scenes, quietly saying, you're right. I'm panicking. What do I do? A lot of people are still sitting there in silence, right? But behind the scenes, I'm being treated different than you. I can go back to my family, like it's different, but people are staying away from you because it's like, well, if I get around John, is he going to do that to me? And instead of a word, is he going to throw a fist? Is he going to get out of control? Like, what's going to happen when I'm around John? So you got to send those social signals that you're doing the internal work, so that you can stay grounded and compassionate at all times. And I see you making that effort, right? Otherwise, there's a whole bunch of other directions you could go. We know what happens to veterans that have PTSD and all these things. So, I mean, I'm recognizing that the battle that you're fighting is probably one that other people can't even fathom. And that's why I'm not putting a lot of pressure on you. I'm not firing a lot at you. I'm just telling you, hey, look, if you want to have a serious conversation that will lead somewhere, that's worth time. Because it's between you and the children that are dying of diarrhea. You're both in pain. Which one do I choose? It's a double bind. I choose the people that want to help fastest, because those people will help other people. So I invest in people who want to help other people seriously and grow through that process. And that's what I'm inviting you to do. But when you invite me to go back and read your comments, it feels facetious. It feels like you don't want to actually you do the work. It feels like you want to vent. And you can do that with many other people. You can go to troll forums, you can go to Reddit, you can go to many places. But I'm here seriously saying, if you want to do the real work, I will sit with you to do that. But you've got to show me you're doing it. I know what real work looks like, because I was raised in poverty, right? Like, I know what it looks like to do that work. And now I really know, because of God's logic and universal logic. So, okay, this is me trying to put some effort into this message and just letting you know it's about a time thing for me, John. It's just, the whole week is gone already. And I'm working 15 to 17, 18 hours a day, just non-stop. I do something else comes up. That's because things are starting. Like, things are happening for me and happening for the world. Like, today I was just on a phone call with somebody else, and it's a whole other big story, actually. These are just big things that can result in things that can save your own my life. If Cloud Mythos and this AI, I think it's out of control it's already out of control. So we have 3 more months before it starts to really get unmanageable. We might still be alive, but at this point, our freedom is really at risk. All right. Hope your mom and your sister are doing well too, and your brothers, or your brother, I think, brothers. Yeah, I got two brothers actually. Um, yeah. So if you go back and look at your text there, you can see that you provoked him, and I can't exactly remember exactly what was said, but I remember you guys were going back and forth. Um, yeah. I did talk to Brent and said, Brent, that's not helping. Like, that's in some sense it is helping because it's like backing off people who are trying to treat me that way. But I'm saying it's actually attracting it in another sense. So there's a more sublative way he can do that, send that same signal, but in a higher efficaciousness that I'm doing. So, and he's acknowledged that, and it's because he's also in pain because the wars really affect him. Um, Anyway, I really feel like you're here for a reason, John. We just got to find out how to dance better and get through this and figure out how I can vouch for you, like honestly, in what I call wise love, not blind love. If the trauma is too much for you, we can't put you in situations of high pressure because it'll trigger, right? So, I know a lot about therapy. I know a lot about these things because I studied them since, being in university. And even for my own mental health, is staying strong and being able to take on this role and saying Messiah level things. This is a lot of inner work, a lot of meditation, a lot of mental strength training, and a lot of that is compassion. Just thinking about what is somebody else thinking, getting outside of myself enough to actually think about that person. Like if I was them, how would I act? And that's hard for people to do when they're desperate or when they're feeling locked in themselves. So, okay, 15 minutes. I hope this helps. And I have to get back on my hunger strike tonight. I'm literally cooking my last meal, and it's a little bit nerve wracking because I went a whole month last month not eating because it took so long to get 2,000 blessings. But we got a good plan now. We got 3 pipelines. People donated some funds, and I should be able to hopefully eat in the next week or two. So that's what I'm mentally preparing for now. And I thought, okay, before I move to this next stage, like each meal is like a stage. It's like, okay, this stage is done. Now I'm going to the next stage. So you're part of this last stage, and I'm inviting you into the next stage to see, are you really willing to do this? And if you're not, it's okay. I'll be here for later. I'll be making more posts, but I'm working on a lot of things, right? Okay. Stay blessed, and we'll talk to you, well, when we talk to you. Okay, I'm catching up with all my messages here as I'm finally getting into the last day of the week and then the weekend. I actually thought it was Friday for a second because the court case was so intense today, or this week, like yesterday. So, weeks where there's court is so hard on me because it's such a deceptive system. Yeah, anyway, so I learned more about the Attorney General's office. I'm learning like crazy. But yeah, moving forward here, Joe and I are having intense conversations, and Asia and everybody's starting to process what's happening to us. So it's really extreme. Cloud Mythos will probably be twice as powerful in the next 2 months. I think this is really it, Marlena. Yeah. Even with the TEDx talk, people today messaged them and had a heart to heart with them to plant some seeds. There's a huge Hollywood artist group, not run by the elite Hollywood weird, East End thing, but people that just want to protect their jobs and have been going on strike like the average workers. Well, it's not. It's like it's a special, I guess, demographic, you know. But what they were saying is that they were seeing some freaky things happening too, and I planted a bunch of seeds there. So now I'm bringing this week to a close. Like I was gonna try and cook this meal tonight, but I'm feeling fried because I worked like today was non-stop. I'm proud of myself. I got stuff done today. It was like as soon as I got one thing done, another thing came up. So tonight is feeling like it's calmed down. So I'm catching up with my other messages. I have to message Michael Magruch because he's starting to catch on what's going on too, which is good. And I have to get 108 people into the meetings and pay up some bills and whatever. So I thought I'd follow up with you and say, yeah, your posts are interesting and they're touching on the concerns, right? So you're a bit of a natural strategist, but yeah, last time I messaged you, I was a little bit frustrated with that line ethos post. And I'm frustrated because I see so much potential, but I don't see it being accessed. And a boss just came back too and had a 4-hour conversation with me in the ELM. And I've been keeping the ELM sort of like on the down low a little bit to save energy, to save everybody's energy for when I get the next meetings going. I just cracked the code a little bit more on the spirit license and how to get people to work together. Threading in game theory into the vagabond abandonment, threading it into the flow economy, which is those parts were all floating around like somewhat connected, but now I like really sublated it more tightly. I'm really proud of it actually. It's really something that came to me when I was trying to confront Joe's shadow self, and it's a really interesting conversation happening with Joe right now. Really interesting. It might be interesting to have you sit in and hear about it, but yeah, holding on by a thread, but it's a golden thread. It was tough. And there's a mouse in my house. There's one really quiet mouse. All the other mice were like loud, so I could pull out my little human trap and I could hear them like scrambling for the bread in this really crinkly plastic that I put in this box. But this little mouse is so quiet. I can never hear it unless it's chewing on something, and that's usually at 3 a.m. when I'm sleeping and it wakes me up. So I'm losing sleep again, and it's peeing all over the place because I locked it in here with me so that it couldn't escape into the walls, or I couldn't get no more mice from coming here. But I've been trying to catch this thing for a month, and now there's like a month worth of pee everywhere. There must be. So I put out my trap in a new way, and I'm going to try and catch it in this new way, and then clean up everything because my breath, like my chest is starting to feel like I can't smell properly, right? Because of what happened to me in the hospital. So I don't know how bad it is around me. It's kind of scary. Hopefully CRISPR will fix that. But okay, that's sort of what's happening with me. Lots of new ideas, even with Hegel. Like it's like a lot is happening to me, Marlena, and that's why it's kind of nice to be in a kind of calm ELM. Like I could take that hour to work a bit, but I still miss having the bigger ELMs and having the passion. But it's the puzzle pieces are coming together. It's just that the clock mythos and my bills are stacking up, and things are closing, and I'm reopening. Like I'm being crushed in the normal economy, but I'm holding on just enough to pull this off. So actually, let me think up something here. Oh, on Monday I have to file my court case. Another court case. I gotta do some law over the weekend. I just wanted to focus on the meal and get the 3 pipelines going for recruitment with volunteers. I waited a whole month, and the people that were in the last meeting the 50 people are a little upset. And I found out that I can't send $2 payments. I have to send $10 at a time, which ruined what I was going to do. So anyway, it's good to find that out now before we have to get 100 and some people. But I suspect in the next month, like last month, I said it felt like about 2 months from now, people would start to freak out. And a boss came back and apologized to me and said I was right. And another person said the same thing. So 2 people in 1 week is pretty good. But I suspect in another month, another 4 weeks, maybe another month and a half, 2 months, we'll start to get the next batch of people coming in and being like, oh my gosh. Like, whenever the next version of Cloud Mythos comes out is when we're going to see the next panic. And I suspect that if it's 10 times more powerful than the one that made it, then it should be like in the next couple of weeks. But if it's only twice as powerful, then in a month, the one that made it took 3 months, so twice as fast, right? If Cloud is twice as powerful, like Cloud Mythos is twice as powerful as the one that made it, then it should make the next version of itself in a month and a half, right? And it'll be like 4 times as powerful in 3 months. So I suspect that that's where my intuition is probably coming from, and we have to be prepared for that. So this recruitment form, I perfected the recruitment form. I can't wait to test it with these ads. I'm going to be making 35 ads. Like as soon as I cook this meal, I know exactly what I'm going to do for this next week. Like file that lawsuit, which I have to do because of this 2-year window. But then I'm going to be working on the recruitment, the pipelines, and getting ready to train the next batch because I'm hungry, right? I'll be hungry by the time Sunday comes. If I cook tomorrow and order my food, I'm out of like food. I'm out of like everything, like everything that's good for me to eat. Like I don't want to eat rice in my final meals because rice digests very quickly and has arsenic and stuff. You do not want your last meal on a Hungerstrike to be rice. So I have to buy a few things. But I'm just giving you a quick little update because I'm responding to your article, but I didn't have time to process and give you an update on what's going on behind the scenes because you haven't come into the meeting for a bit, and that's okay. I mean, we're all going through a lot. So you just sending the messages makes me feel like you're thinking about me, and you're probably sending it to a bunch of others. And your intuition is tapped in. It's you're seeing your subconscious is seeing the key articles that are showing what's really happening. Right? It's just that you have a motivation issue, which the best way to heal is exercise, but not the kind of exercise you're doing. Right? That's more like entertainment with good feeling. You have to get the secondary hormone system triggered, which is that 30% max heart rate, which you did once. When you went for that run, I was so proud of you. I was so happy to be on that video call with you. It's going to be one of the best memories I've had from this moment. Like these last 2 years feel like a dip in time. And that was one of the highlights for me, seeing, wow, she's actually doing it. I can recognize when people are doing the real work because I'm doing the real work, right? It's not comfortable where I'm at. So I want to see you there again. And it's not easy, but that kind of exercise is what will reset your system. And it'll actually, I guess it'll help heal telomeres a little bit. I haven't fully verified that, but I just heard something about that which shocked me. But it's really good for you in a whole bunch of ways, especially if you clean up your diet. And like I'm secretly wondering if your immune system is constantly activated between the lack of exercise, you know, the boob size, the back strain, and the diet. That's just a cycle that keeps, and plus the attracting sort of like semi-toxic relationships because you're left leaning, and you get into those issues in a social justice-y way. You know, I tell you that's abstract, right? You're doing it in the abstract way, which is why it'll never get really solved. It'll just be perpetuating it. But the heart is there, and I'm glad that you're not like everybody else and you just abandon, right? You're making the effort even for draining the rest. It looks like your dad's cure for Parkinson's is coming faster than people thought too, so I know that's putting a strain on things. But get your flock ready. I'm sure they're getting ready because it's getting freaky. Like, if what they're saying with cloud is true, Marlena, if any part of a banking system is run by Linux, like what I'm running on my computers right now, Mythos can take the whole computer over and can shut down bank accounts, can take the money out of your account, can take the money out of your parents' accounts. Just wake up one day. Just wake up one day and just nobody has any money. Like, that could happen. They'd probably try and patch it right away, but it'd be like a warning sign. It'd be like, whoa, shots fired, you know? So, anyway, 10 minutes of an update. Hopefully this is letting you know where I'm at. And then you made some other comment here that I wanted to address about what kind of updates to post. I want posts of, like, if it is an ethos, I want a post of you challenging them. But at least send me something of like you're pushing them in a direction where they're not just going to repeat partisan politics. Like, she's going to have to hold her aside as a partisan person, but she's got to do something extra. Otherwise, it's just going to continue, right? And that little extra is in the prisoner's dilemma, or in the game theory. You're supposed to explain your method, and the method is the metacognition that gets you into the oneness at a higher level of sublation. And I figured out a way to put that into a good form and communicate it with Joe, and it's allowed our conversation to get to another level of honesty. But we'll see how that all goes. And all right, I'm gonna message Michael, and then I think I really am good to basically get my recipes going, see what I need to order in the morning for food, get a good night's sleep with this mouse hopefully not waking me up. I actually figured out what it was chewing on that was so loud, so hopefully it doesn't wake me up. It was on my table. It was climbing up the laptop cords, which are on my computer. It was climbing up on the cord from the ground where it's plugged in, up the cord onto my table. And I didn't think mice could climb a cord like that. I think I saw him do it once, but I was like, what? But yeah, it's happy on my table. So anyway, making progress every day. I hope you are too. And yeah, keep at it. Okay, peace. Buhari, yeah, I think my intuition, like, we're designing this on the fly, right? And my intuition says a spreadsheet is probably best. Like, it'd be nice to have two spreadsheet docs. One is for like just a list of names with like their leader, the flock name, and then the 6 people under that person's name, date that they were brought on board or told about this and they confirmed. And then the second one would be sort of what maybe Claude can do, or an AI can do, is they can take the list of names and then build a tree. Like, there'd be like you, and then underneath you, like in the next row, would be all the names of the people underneath you that you're responsible for educating the core of, sharing the training with. And then underneath each one of them is like 6 more people under each one of those 6, right, on the next line, and the next line. And then it shows very quickly in a visual sort of way who is responsible for who and how far down the chain is it. Yeah, because we want to make sure that nobody gets left behind, and each person is responsible for being a leader and a follower, so that everybody feels like they're included. So that's what I think. My intuition is saying if we do those two things and AI does the second sheet, which is time consuming, right? It'll be time consuming. Just, you know, particularly if you have like 200 to 1,000 people, then that's where I think it'd be most efficacious. And let me know if that money comes to you. If it's delayed, what happened to me twice was that, you know, my banks don't like me sending money over to that part of the world. People think there's a lot of scams happening because there's a lot of desperation, there's a lot of animosity, there's a lot of stuff that's happened, and I'm open about it. We need to talk about these things, but the banks will sometimes block it, and they want to double check to see if I'm not getting scammed or I'm not money laundering through you and all this type of stuff that's happening around the world. So we have an honest effort here, integrity, good heart. We want to maintain that. So, but you got the reference number. You can see that I sent it now, because you gave me fairly clear details. It should, you know, it's only $10. It should go through with no problems. But yeah, if you want to do the DocX that way, then if I get desperate for my meal, like if we're 2-3 weeks out, and you know we still don't have 3,000 blessings, then we might get to 100 people. Like we'll take up half the people from you, or maybe some from Irene or whoever else wants to be a part of the next meeting, because I've delayed it for so long because of all these court systems and stuff that I'm in Buhari. It's a big deal that's happening to me, but making progress. So, but if we have 100 volunteers, Buhari, you have to understand, right? Our investors want volunteers because those volunteers are they're willing to do the work for the principle of saving lives. But if we're paying you, in a way, you're more reliable because you don't get paid unless you actually show up, right? So that's a fail safe. That's like, if I'm really getting desperate, that's where you guys come in. And I'll probably still bring a couple of you guys on anyway, but the banking fee of like $10 is kind of, it's 5 times higher than I thought, in terms of the lowest payment. So I don't know if they just